Anita from 2nd MA Econometrics for the pair song.
പ്രാർത്ഥനാഗാനം ഞങ്ങൾ പാടാം പാവനമാലയത്തിനുള്ളിൽ പ്രാർത്ഥനാഗാനം ഞങ്ങൾ പാടാം പാവനമാലയത്തിനുള്ളിൽ പാഴിലാകരുതേ നിൻ പാത തേടുമ്പോ പാഴിലാകരുതേ നിൻ പാത തേടുമ്പോ താപമേറും മാനസി വാസവാക്കണമേ പ്രാർത്ഥനാഗാനം ഞങ്ങൾ പാടാം പാവനമാലയത്തിനുള്ളിൽ സ്വാത്വരം കേൾക്കുവാൻ നായക ദേവസ
This is a milestone in the history of Department of Economics, Catholic College, Pathanamthitta, as a national webinar which is completely conducting on a digital platform in line with social distancing norms due to COVID-19 pandemic. Emerging fiscal and monetary scenario, Indian economy at crossroads, is the theme of this two-day national webinar. 3 decades after the structural adjustment program and stabilization measures, Indian economy is at crossroads right now. Although India was one of the fastest growing economies of the world, in recent years, the growth rate has come down due to multiple reasons like oil shocks, lack of infrastructural development, inadequate fiscal stimulus, etc. COVID-19 pandemic has added another dimension to it. The fiscal and monetary scenario is also influenced by the demonetization and the partial implementation of GST regime. This is the background of the current fiscal and monetary scenario of Indian economy. This webinar seeks to analyze the emerging issues surrounding this scenario. It's really a proud moment and it gives me an immense pleasure to be a part of this auspicious occasion. To formally welcome all of you to this event, I invite Dr. Givargis M. Thomas, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Catholic College.
Good morning all. Welcome to National Seminar. So I'm here to welcome each and every one of you. Let me tell you first the outline or the concept of this particular seminar. A seminar is supposed to be a meeting place of different resources. You see, persons themselves are resources. That's why I'm telling a seminar is a meeting place of resources. And we, the Catholic family, especially the Department of Economics, is quite glad we have a galaxy of resources here. And if you look at Indian economy, 3 decades. So soon we'll deliberate upon each and every point in detail. So I'm not taking much time. I'm straight away turn to my duty. First and foremost, I would like to express as a matter of formality the welcome to our head of the department, Dr. Shaidi Alexander. She's the captain and chairman and the president of this session. On behalf of entire economics family of Kalgate College, Pathanamthitta, and on behalf of the entire seminar, I extend
Recording in progress.
Dr. Shaini T. Alexander, head of the Department of Economics, Catholic College, to deliver the presidential address.
Most respected principal of the college, Dr. Filippo Sumhenser, dear colleagues, delegates, and other researchers from various institutions, and my dear beloved students, a warm good morning to one and all. Our institution, Catholic College, is the pioneer institution of the Malankara Orthodox Church, accredited by NAC in A+ grade with CGPA 3.60, and carrying a rich legacy of 70 years in the higher education scenario of Kerala state. This prestigious institution, and in particular, the Department of Economics, was established even before the formation of Kerala state. In our journey towards academic excellence, we have turned into a postgraduate department last year by the sanctioning of MA Econometrics course. We propose to start a research center in economics this year, subject to the approval of MG University. Many of our students have brought laurels to our department by securing ranks and positions in university examinations in various years. Usually, we conduct various academic exercises which includes seminars at the regional and national level, workshops, budget analysis, invited talks, interdepartmental and intercollegiate competitions, and so on. The department is also committed to our society by undertaking various community extension programs and charity programs. 6 research scholars have been pursuing research under the guidance of two research guides in our department. Members of the faculty have published papers in various national and international journals, including UGC Kerr journals. All the stakeholders take keen initiative in the various activities of the department. Today, we are fortunate enough to conduct a national webinar on emerging fiscal and monetary scenario, Indian economy and Crossroads. We are also very much fortunate to have eminent academicians to lead this academic discourse. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic has brought an adverse wave to the Indian economy. Despite growth in various sectors of the economy, we have to go miles ahead to reach the goal of self-sustaining growth and to attain the status of a developed economy. Also, the impact of the structural adjustment program and the recent reforms have to be examined, taking into account its various dimensions. All these aspects have to be analyzed through the lens of social welfare. Again, the adequacy of existing fiscal and monetary measures may also be examined. I take this opportunity to congratulate all my fellow teachers, researchers from various institutions, and my beloved students who are here to present papers and to actively participate in this webinar. Around 20 paper presentations will be going on these days. We are happy and thankful to the management, PTA, and principal of the college for giving us an opportunity to conduct this webinar. I hope and trust that this webinar will be a platform to fruitful academic deliberations and help in molding a student community who would become the voice and ears of contemporary society. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. We also have such an eminent personality, which is none other than our principal, Dr. Philippus Ummenser. He has been our guiding light and has encouraged faculties and students to give their best. He is an inspiration to each and everyone in the college as well as society. I would like to take this opportunity to inaugurate this Sorry for the announcement. He couldn't join because of certain technical issues. He'll join soon. Sangam John, guest faculty at Department of Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected Head of the Department, Dr. Shainiti Alexander teacher, my dear colleagues, my students, and all the guest participants, a warm and grace wishes to all. As we come to close of our inauguration, it is my pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to record or hearty thanks to our head of the department, Shiny teacher, for presiding over this function and for enlightening address. Thank you, teacher, for your coordination and motivation for making this event possible. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Philpo Suman sir. Due to network issues, he was not able to join this occasion. But I would like to thank Dr. Philpo Suman sir for his motivation and encouragement. And I express my sincere thanks to our college bursar, Sunil Jacob sir. Sir, for your valuable presence, I would like to thank you. Upcoming days, we can listen powerful thought-provoking lectures. On behalf of economics family, I express my gratitude to all guest speakers, Dr. Shavida Kohli ma'am, Sandosh sir, Shine sir, and IC sir. Thank you, guest speakers, for giving time for us. Students, faculty, scholars from different institutions are participating in the seminar. So I extend my gratitude to all guest participants for being part of this economics family, Catholic College Economics family. My dear students of Catholic College, you all are part of this family, so no need of such formalities. So I would like to appreciate and congratulate all my students for taking this initiative in this seminar. Next, I would like to thank my colleagues for their relentless efforts and for their cooperation. We have interesting talks, truthful presentation in upcoming days, and I'm sure that all of the participants in this seminar will be get benefited. Thanks to all the participants for attending the meeting. So I wish may these 2 days bring out the best in you and spur you on to the greater achievements in life. Thank you all once again and have a nice day.
Shine teacher, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can I express few words?
Yes, sir, sure.
Most respected head of the department, Dr. Shanti Alexander, and my dear colleagues from economics department and dear teachers who are participating in this seminar, and my dear students. Sorry for the delay that I'm coming here for the address. I hope that this seminar will become highly useful to our students and faculty members. I appreciate Shanti Alexander and the colleagues, my colleagues from the economics department for coming up and organizing a webinar. Even though we have a lot of hurdles during this COVID pandemic time, I express my sincere thanks to all the faculty members of economics department. I wish all success to you. Officially, I would like to, with your permission, I would like to say that the webinar is officially inaugurated. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We are extremely grateful to you, sir. Your presence today in this function has immensely enhanced its importance. Thank you, Dr. Filippo Suman, sir, for your insightful utterance and presence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable votes. Next, I would like to invite Libin Rajan from 3rd DC Economics to sing a song.
മലയാളക്കരചൂടും മണിമുത്തു തുറന്നപ്പോ തുമ്പിയും തുളസിയും തുമ്പപ്പൂവും മലയാളക്കരചൂടും മണിമുത്തു തുറന്നപ്പോ തുമ്പിയും തുളസിയും തുമ്പപ്പൂവും മധുരം കിനിയുന്ന മധുമൊഴിതളുകൾ മധുരം ഹൃദയം മണിനാദം മധുരം കിനിയുന്ന മധുമൊഴിതളുകൾ മധുരം ഹൃദയം മണിനാദം മലയാളക്കര ചൂടും മണിമുത്തു തുറന്നപ്പോ തുമ്പിയും തുളസിയും തുമ്പപ്പൂവും ആടിമാസക്കാറ്റിൽ തേർതെളിച്ചെത്തുന്ന മോഹങ്ങൾ പെയ്തൊഴിയുന്ന തീരം ആടിമാസക്കാറ്റിൽ തേർതെളിച്ചെത്തുന്ന മോഹങ്ങൾ പെയ്തൊഴിയുന്ന തീരം ചിങ്ങക്കുരുവികൾ ചിന്തുപാടിപ്പാറി ചിങ്ങക്കുരുവികൾ ചിന്തുപാടിപ്പാറി കഥകളി പദമാടും സ്വപ്നതീരം കഥകളി പദമാടും സ്വപ്നതീരം മലയാളക്കര ചൂടും മണിമുത്തു തുറന്നപ്പോ തുമ്പിയും തുളസിയും തുമ്പപ്പൂവും
The inaugural section is over. Now it's a time for first technical section. We are happy to announce that Savida ma'am and Shine Raju Kapil has joined. I invite Gauri Manoj to propose the welcome speech.
Good morning to one and all. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Gauri Manoj and I belong to the first year economics department of Catholic College, Pathanamthitta. I'm very much delighted and enthusiastic to be a part of this program. As we all know, we are here to attend the national webinar on the topic Emerging Fiscal and Monetary Scenario, the Indian Economy at Crossroads. Without further exaggeration, let me step into my duty. My duty is to welcome the main resource person of today's technical session, Ms. Shavita Kohli ma'am. To the knowledge of all those who have gathered in this meeting, let me make you introduce the faculty profile performer. Ms. Shavita Kohli ma'am is the assistant professor of the Department of Economics in the Central University of Jammu. The main career profile of ma'am is to serve the country with the best of her knowledge, sincerity, and determination. Now, talking about the administrative assignments, she was the Assistant Dean Student Welfare, the member of Equal Opportunity Cell, and the member of NAAC. The main areas of interest and specialization of the ma'am are in the developmental economics, agriculture development, and gender and development. The main subjects taught by madam are the basic mathematics for economics, the mathematical economics, agricultural economics, and developmental issues and Indian economics. Ma'am has ma'am has participated in a lot of conference, workshops, and training organized. To name a few, she has organized the 2-day training program on post-harvest technology and marketing strategies for horticulture produce. She has also attended a lot of conference, workshops, and training programs as a faculty member. To name a few, she has participated in the short-term course on advanced techniques in economics research. She has attended the refresher course on cooperative policy and development for faculty of Indian universities. She has attended the one-week national workshop on the Indian economy and society in the 21st centuries. These are some of the programs attended by ma'am. Now talking about the achievements, awards and distinction. She was awarded the Best Citizens of Indian Award in 2016. She was also awarded the National Citizenship Golden Medal for excellence in individual achievements and national development on 1st May 2014. She was also the third topper in the university in PG Diploma in Statistics. Also, she was awarded with the Junior Research Fellowship in June 2009. With lots and lots of happiness and commitments, let me welcome Shavita Kohli ma'am to this function on behalf of me and the entire economics department. This ceremony having been a reality without our department support and motivation. So, along with this, let me welcome all the department faculties and all the students to this technical session. The society is spinning its hopes in the younger generation. So, the need of the hour is to make the youths aware of the economic policies of our country. Now, here is the opportunity and we are the beneficiaries. So, let us stand together and make this class a great success. With this, I'm concluding my words. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Gauri. I call upon Dr. Shavita Kohli to deliver her presentation in the first technical section.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. A very good morning to one and all. First of all, a very big thanks to all of you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this particular program. And also thanks are due to the speaker and thanks are due to the host who has given a kind introduction to me. So thank you so much. And I will start with discussing about the gender issues that we are having in India. And also I would be talking about the sustainable development goals. Today, I would be speaking on some macroeconomic perspective that we are having and what we need to focus on and what are the issues that we have in India as far as gender inequality is concerned. So let me share my screen so that you can have a look at the presentation and it will give you a clear picture about the things that I really want to discuss with you people. So give me a minute and I will share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my presentation? Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Visible, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I would be discussing about gender responsive macroeconomic approach, a prerequisite for SDGs. Now, first of all, I want to clarify one thing that whenever we are talking about gender, it's not about the women, it's not about the men, it's about the both the sexes that when because women are considered to be at the deprived part of the society because they are lacking opportunities and they are lacking certain resources. So that's why at present, we are talking about the women opportunities. We are talking about bringing women into the various forums so that we can provide them good opportunities so that they can also play a big role in bringing in more of the development in our country. So I just want to clarify, and you should also be clear about this thing, that gender doesn't only mean that we are having only the women section of society. The thing is that we are having women at the deprived part, so that's why we are. And why we need to talk about sustainable development, and what relation do we have as far as gender is concerned, and as far as the other gender perspective strategies and policies are concerned. So it has always started with the Millennium Declaration. I guess you all know about it, that when this has been started, and it was up to 2015 period, and after 2015 we moved on to the Sustainable Development Goals. I will give you a brief about it, that what do you mean by Millennium Declaration, and how we have shifted to the sustainable development. So far, and so that's why the need for sustainable development goals had arisen. So UN Millennium Development Goals, targets, and women. So what were those targets that we have discussed when we set up these Millennium Development Goals? So the United Nations state that the Millennium Development Goals and their targets are interrelated and should be seen as a whole. The types of vulnerability tackled by all the MDGs are experienced significantly more by people and groups who are discriminated against. So all those people who has been discriminated, it has been targeted that we need to provide the resources and we need to provide the opportunities to these. Between men and women. So we would be talking about these disparities also, but just have a look at these goals, what we are having, that when we were talking about millennium development and when we are talking about sustainable development goals. So in millennium development goals, we were having 8 goals, and all these are the 8 goals that were related with the eradication of poverty, universal education, gender equality. So the goal 3 is directly related to the gender that we are having. So this goal directly addresses discrimination that happened against women. So we need to reduce this discrimination. We need to reduce these inequalities. That to take individual to have a clean air, clean water, so we can have good health. Goal 8, which is very, very important in today's world, it was global partnership for the development. We have also included this goal into sustainable development goals, because without this, because each and every country in today's world are interlinked with each other. They are dependent on each other. So this partnership is very, very important in order to bring in more of the development around the globe. Now let's move to these targets by 2030, a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now into the future. So peace, prosperity, patience, all these are the main objectives of these sustainable development goals to achieve. In total, we have 17 sustainable development goals. The sustainable development goals build on decades of work by countries and the United Nations, including the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. So they all have worked together to bring in these sustainable development goals. In June 1992, at the Earth Summit, that it's the responsibility of whole of the world to bring in more of the sustainable development to improve the lives of the people and protect the environment. So the member states to that conference and to that summit unanimously adopted Millennium Declaration at the Millennium Summit in September 2000 at UN headquarters in New York. The summit led to the elaboration of 8 Millennium Development Goals, which we have already discussed, to reduce extreme poverty by 2015. So after this period, we adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. So environment and build on Agenda 21 and the Millennium Declaration by improving more emphasis on multiple partnership. Then in 2012, at the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, again in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, member states adopted the outcome document. The name of that document was The Future We Want. What kind of future we want and in which kind of environment people really wanted to live in which they decided to launch a process to develop a set of sustainable development goals to build upon the other measures for implementing sustainable development, including mandate for future programs of work in development, financing small island developing states and more. So this is how the background of sustainable development goals has been set up in 2012 in the Brazil conference. So in 2013, the General Assembly set up a 30-member open working group to develop a proposal for SDGs. And finally, in January 2015, the General Assembly began the negotiation process on the post-2015 development agenda. The process culminated in the subsequent to achieve all those targets by 2030. So that's why we are calling it as 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And under this, we are having 17 Sustainable Development Goals. 2015 was a landmark year for multilateralism and international policy, shaping with the adoption, transforming our world. So that was the title of that report, that which includes 17 sustainable development goals. So it is transforming our world, the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, with its 17 sustainable development goals, was adopted at the UN Development Summit in New York in 2000. Are some way or the other related to the women. So we will have a look also that how these are related to women. Of course, it is related to every individual, but here we would be talking about gender specific issues. So that's why I would be taking up that how we can focus more on bringing in opportunities for the women at large. So SDG 1, it related to no poverty, hunger. So we need to take care of the food security. We need to provide availability, accessibility, and affordability to the people at large. We need to provide them good health, good education. Whatever gender differences does exist, that we need to curb and grow. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, which is directly linked with the men and women inequalities that we are having. There are also inequalities as far as it can be region specific also, and it can be individual specific also. So we need to take care of all those inequalities that we are having in various parts of the world. Sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Again, at the end, we are having partnership for the goals, because in today's world, we need (2030). Now, sustainable development goals and the importance of gender equality. So if you see the sustainable development goal 1, that is end poverty in all its form everywhere. So this can only be achieved with end of gender-based discrimination. Until and unless we are not paying attention to the gender-based discrimination that is still persist over there in various parts of the world, this goal can't be achieved. So equal access for women to basic rights can lead to increased economic activity by women. So they should be provided opportunities to for doing job. They must have income opportunities so that they can have agriculture. So this can be achieved if we really invest in women's health and nutrition status, which will help in reduces the chronic hunger and malnutrition, and which will increase the productivity and well-being of the individuals. If we have a good health, of course, it will enhance the productivity of the individuals. All women working in agriculture, so within the agriculture also, we are having gender specific differences that very less land is owned by the women. So if you see the figures of agricultural census, then you will see that a lot of disparities still exist over there as far as land holding is concerned. Availability, accessibility, and affordability. So training to women farmers and access to information and technology help women to achieve significantly higher agricultural productivity. Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is related to health, which tells us to ensure the healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all. During the times of current pandemic, it becomes more and more important also that we need to invest in building health infrastructure, and we need to reduce the inequalities which persist over there as far as the health systems are concerned. So fulfilling the right to health requires susceptible to sickness and less likely to obtain care for reasons ranging from affordability to social conventions keeping them at home. So we need to pay attention to these gender specific differences as far as health is concerned. Sustainable Development 4, Goal 4 that we have, it ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So we will have a look that what gender inequalities does exist over there in India as far as education is concerned. So I will give you and I will show you a brief data on this, and then things would be more education. Income and empowerment have a significant impact on lowering child mortality. Educated girls and women have greater control over their fertility and participate more in public life. A mother's education is a strong, consistent determinant of her children's school enrollment and attainment and their health and nutritional outcomes. So if the education is there among women and they are more literate, they can have the better decisions and they can have a strong uh, proponent of providing the education to the children, and also they can play a big role in bringing and empower all women and girls. So this is directly related to the gender inequality that does persist over there. So we need to curb it. So this central goal dedicated to gender equality and women's empowerment depends on the achievement of all other goals for its success. So this central goal is very, very significant and important to achieve if we are really interested in achieving the targets of sustainable development goals. Sustainable Development Goal 6. This ensures availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. So girls are more likely to attend school and family health and hygiene improve. So Sustainable Development Goal 7. This ensures access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Universal access requires energy to be affordable and reliable. As primary energy managers in households, women could play powerful roles in extending sustainable modern energy. All elements of energy planning and policy making need to factor in gender dimensions and actively advance women's leadership. Same way, we are having Sustainable Development Goal 8, which promotes sustained inequalities for the women, so that women can have equal access to decent work, productive resources, and financial services, as well as an equal voice in economic decisions. Because income opportunities give you a lot of independence, and it enhances the decision making power of a women. and it gives a way to the women empowerment too. Sustainable Development Goal 9, it relates to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. All elements of planning, building, and financing must take gender dimension into account so that women have facility for only 25% in more advanced organization for economic cooperation and development. So still in this area also, we have a lot of disparity and women are lacking. Sustainable Development Goal 10, which relates to reduce inequality within and among the countries. Inequalities has widened across and within many countries, even amid high rates of economic growth. Disparities caused by practices within countries and in the global economy are unjust and weaken the social fabric. So gender discrimination makes women prone to deeper disparities of the world. So these kind of inequalities, and there should be equal pay for equal work. Sustainable Development Goal 11, which relates to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Cities and human settlements can be safe, prosperous, equitable, and pleasant places to live in where women can freely go and they can work over there. But not without including every citizen in their development. All elements of urban governance, planning, and finance need to actively embed gender equality measures. So these are the prerequisites for bringing in more of sustainable consumption and production patterns. Women in consumption and production must have equal access to means such as land and technology that can boost their standard of living. Women at large must assume equal leadership in striking a better balance in parliaments and boardrooms in their communities and families. Sustainable Development Goal 3, take urgent action to combat climate change. So this is related to the environment. The most vulnerable people are most at risk for climate change, included many poor women. So for them, the impacts are already a daily reality and we need to take care of it and we need to combat with the climate change section of our society. When disasters strike, women are far more likely to perish. So if you see the pandemic periods, women are also greatly affected by it, and the employment opportunities for women are very, very less during this time. So we need to initiate the policies and the programs so that we can provide the opportunities to the women at large, so that the disparities that we have, it should not go wider. Sustainable Development Goal 14, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable resources. All strategies for conservation and sustainable use need to respond to these vulnerabilities. So last three goals that we have, Sustainable Development Goal 15, it relates to protect, restore, and promote sustainably use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forest. So what does it mean? That we need to take care of the biodiversity that we are having. Women can be among the first and the most affected, often charged with making ownership of land, which we have already discussed, reduces their capacity to adapt to or laws or make decisions about sustainable development, persistent inequality. So that's why we need to pay attention to it and we need to provide the opportunities so that they can also get empowered. Sustainable Development Goal 17, strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnerships of Sustainable Development Goals. Women should put at the center of the means of implementation through global leadership of the drive to adopt gender responsive budgeting, a tool to realize commitments to women's rights. So what does it mean? That we need to focus on gender responsive policies and the strategies, and we need to allocate funds for bringing in more of the gender responsive budgeting, so that we can curb the disparities that we are still having between men and women. Now let's talk about the macroeconomic policies and how does it matter for gender inequality. So as we all know, these includes both these policies, monetary policy that has been implemented by the central bank and the fiscal policies that has to be implemented by the government. So these two policies is frequently regarded as gender neutral. However, this economic policy decision affect their economic positions, though those it considered as gender neutral, but it is impacting men and women differently. The reason being that men and women are at different economic positions, so it will have a different impact on the men and women. So macroeconomic policy is concerned with economic aggregates and does not of policies in our country. So economic crisis can be triggered by macroeconomic decisions, with men and women incurring different cost of negative shocks. So the biggest example of this is the current pandemic situation. It has a different impact on men and women. So if all the things would be equal, then it should have an and women. Monetary focused on these are the main targets and the objectives of monetary and the fiscal policy in a right. So the central government has the ability to influence the economy through fiscal policy, that is the ability to tax and spend, and the central bank, that is Reserve Bank of India, we are having, has the ability to influence the monetary policy. So this is the main conceptual things about monetary and the fiscal policy. And how does it goes, and why we need to talk about these macro economic policies, that fiscal and monetary policies, when we are talking about the sustainable development goals. So when these sustainable development goals has been set up, so it has been decided that it has the commitment to meet the sustainable development goals targets by member nations at two levels. One is at internal and the other one is the external. So the internal commitment aims to create enabling macroeconomic environment and robust sustainable growth that is within the country. So the external environment, coherent macroeconomic policy framework. So if these two can be fulfilled, then we can say that this macroeconomic framework is linked with the goals of achieving sustainable development goals, and we are moving toward the paths of achieving sustainable development goals. So it's not only the case that we are just focusing on one section and we are implementing policies and so that we can achieve these targets of sustainable development goals. So monetary and expansion monetary policy. So the main objective of monetary policy is price stability and also to bring in the public. So when the inflation rate remains moderate, monetary authorities should monitor the inflation rate of items which dominate the consumption basket of the poor. So this is how, which is related to and goals that we are having, and it is the responsibility of not only the central bank, it is the responsibility of central bank and the central government that these basic provided to the people at large. So they also should pay attention to these objectives that we need to development goal targets by 2030. Monetary policy should support the fiscal authority in stabilizing the prices of food and essential items. So this is how they can work in a
Recording in progress.
And for that purpose, we go back to the theory regarding the definition of fiscal consolidation. Whenever we refer to the literature on fiscal policy or on public finance or on public economics, the term fiscal consolidation is so popular, so frequently used. Even in the budget document, even in the economic survey, we can see a very frequent usage of the term fiscal consolidation. And even in the media also, when we read the newspaper reports, there also many a times we encounter the term fiscal consolidation. But unfortunately, the point is that nobody attempts to define what does actually fiscal consolidation really mean. So we have the fiscal consolidation report given by Vijay Kelkar and Indira Rajaraman as the committee members. I think that has been happened in 2012, sorry. So the government of India appointed a committee to study about the various aspects of fiscal consolidation in India. And unfortunately, what happened is that even in that lengthy report, no attempt has been made even to define or to convey what is the idea implied by fiscal consolidation. So such a state of affairs is very much there with respect to fiscal consolidation. And because of that, we go back to the theory to know in which manner we can define fiscal consolidation. So the first serious attempt regarding the meaning or regarding the definition of fiscal consolidation, we see the work of Olivier Blanchard. He is a professor of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He was the economist at World Bank and IMF, and such a towering personality of macroeconomics. And he defined clearly fiscal consolidation in a paper written in 1990, Suggestions for a New Set of Fiscal Indicators, as a working paper of Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the National Bureau of Economic Research. The National Bureau of Economic Research is one of the premium think tanks and research organizations in US, one of the premium research organizations across the globe. So in that paper, Olivier Blanchard argued that the term fiscal consolidation is actually connected with the idea of what is the state, what is the condition regarding the cyclically adjusted budget balance. We are quite familiar with the idea of budget balance. The initial meaning is that the difference between expenditure and revenue, that is the crude idea of the raw idea of budget balance. And he defined it as not as simply budget balance, the condition of the budget balance, but it is a cyclically adjusted budget balance. So we know that the economy is moving in an upward direction or in a downward direction. The economy is moving in a cyclical manner. There are booms and there are recessions. So we have to take into account that cyclical movement also. So what happens to the budget balance once we make a cyclical adjustment? And with respect to that budget balance, by evaluating that budget balance, we see that we understand that whether there is fiscal consolidation is taking place. Now later, a more rigorous definition of fiscal consolidation has been made. A change has been happened that you can see. It's not simply the cyclically adjusted budget balance. So I shall explain what does this budget balance mean in a very detailed manner shortly. And the second more rigorous definition made by two economists in 2008, which argued that it is the cyclically adjusted primary budget balance. The primary budget balance that is actually dealing with the fiscal consolidation. Cyclically adjusted primary budget balance. The cyclically adjusted primary budget balance is the difference between the nominal primary balance and the cyclical component of the budget. So then again, another idea, nominal primary balance. Earlier it was budget balance, now it is the primary balance. So we shall see what does all these terms mean in a very detailed manner. And for that purpose, actually, we have to think about the various deficit concepts of budgeting. We very well know that there are several deficit concepts. Revenue deficit is there, the effective revenue deficit is there. Then we have the budget deficit, the fiscal deficit, and the primary deficit. So actually, this primary budget balance is connected with the primary deficit. Let us see that. And we will discuss that idea in terms of the recent budget estimates. See, this is the table that I have taken from the budget presented recently by Nirmala Sitharaman. This particular document is called as the budget at a glance document. So the highlighted items in yellow color are the various concepts of deficit. See, the revenue deficit is the first important concept. That is the difference between 10 and 10 minus 1. So what does 10 means? 10 means the revenue, and 1 is, 10 is the revenue expenditure, and 1 is the revenue receipts. So when we take the difference between the revenue expenditure and the revenue receipts, what we get is called as the revenue deficit. Then we have the effective revenue deficit. I am not going into the details of that. You can see from the screen of the presentation, what does it actually mean? Then we have the all important concept of fiscal deficit. So fiscal deficit I shall explain. So fiscal deficit is the difference between what would be the total expenditure. Total expenditure is composed of the revenue expenditure and the capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure, I think you very well know. Students and practitioners of economics very well know what does revenue expenditure mean. So generally there is a feel that revenue expenditure is a bad thing, while capital expenditure is a good thing, good entity. But that is only an arbitrary distinction. These are all actually accounting concepts. No economic relevance other than that is there with respect to the revenue expenditure or capital expenditure, even though generally it is being argued that revenue expenditure is bad and capital expenditure is something good. But it is not true. No theoretical significance or economic significance is that they are all simply accounting concepts. Generally, revenue expenditure means that expenditure consumed within that year itself. Whatever be the expenditure that we make, the benefits will be consumed within 1 year itself. So that is called as the revenue expenditure. So which means that the salary is given to government doctors, the salary is given to policemen, the salary is given to teachers. So they are all revenue expenditure, because whatever be the benefits produced, they all will be consumed at the very moment itself or within 1 year. So that is revenue expenditure. Now, think whether the revenue expenditure is good or bad. How can we say that the revenue expenditure or the salary is given to government doctors or policemen or government teachers or aided college teachers, aided school teachers, whether they are not desirable? They are truly desirable, because the expenditure on health sector and the expenditure on the education sector is actually creating the human capital. So it is totally wrong to say that the revenue expenditure is a bad thing. Anyway, capital expenditure is actually are that benefits which are being consumed over a number of years. When we make an investment, something like construction of a building, so that building is available very much there for many years. So we will get the benefit of that building over a number of years. So that's the difference. So when the benefits are available for more than 1 year, it is called as capital expenditure. And if the benefit is available only for less than 1 year, it is considered as the revenue expenditure. But this is only an accounting difference. We cannot say that one is good and other is bad. And in many situations, investing in people is much better than investment in physical capital, isn't it? So when you invest in a particular building, you are investing only for some 20 years or for some 30 years. So what happens if you make investment in human beings? If you make investment in human beings, if you make if you incorporate human capital, it will be available for the entire lifespan of that individual. So the society will be benefited for a very long period of time. So in that sense, how can we say that it cannot be argued that revenue expenditure is bad and capital expenditure is a good thing? Anyway, the point is that fiscal deficit means whatever be the total expenditure, the expenditure made on the revenue side plus the expenditure made on the capital side, the total will be the total expenditure. Then from that total expenditure, we subtract, see, 1 plus 5 plus 6. What is 1? The revenue receipts, the tax receipts. Then into that, all the receipts, all the capital receipts, or all the receipts out of the taxation, which are not creating any debt to the government. Government is actually getting revenue from mainly, broadly speaking, two sources. Tax is one main source of revenue, and the other source of revenue is the profits of the public sector enterprises. So when public sector oil companies like Indian Oil Corporation or the Steel Authority of India, the Doordarshan, railways, Indian railways, if they are making profits, that profits are available. A share of that profits are available to the government. So it is capital receipts. It is not taxation, it is capital receipts. And capital receipts are not making any debt position. But another type of capital receipts are also there. If you take a loan from the market, if the government is taking loan from, government is borrowing from the capital market or from the money market by using various treasury bills, then that is also considered as capital receipts, but they are creating a burden. So fiscal deficit means it is a difference between the total expenditure and total revenue, which is not creating any burden to the government. That is the idea of fiscal deficit. Then what is primary deficit? So primary deficit actually focuses upon fiscal deficit in the current year. We can consider something like that. See, in the fiscal deficit, total expenditure includes the interest payments made by the government. That is also a part of the total expenditure. Government is paying a lot of interest payments. But these interest payments are payments made for the commitments made in the previous period. So that is not reflecting the current position. So primary deficit actually reflects what is the current fiscal deficit. What is the impact of the current activities of the government? Or simply speaking, fiscal deficit minus the interest payments will give you the primary deficit. Okay, so these are the various deficit concepts. And actually these deficit concepts are required to discuss the idea of fiscal consolidation, because fiscal consolidation is defined as cyclically adjusted budget balance or cyclically adjusted primary budget balance. So now we have some idea regarding what does this nominal primary balance actually mean. This nominal primary balance is connected with the primary deficit. Okay. Then in a more precise sense, we are going to define fiscal consolidation. So consolidation, fiscal consolidation is considered as, according to again the same paper published by the European Commission. It is the improvement of the cyclically adjusted primary balance by at least 1.5% of the GDP. So if the primary balance is improving by at least 1.5%, then we will have a situation of consolidation, fiscal consolidation. So simply speaking, what does actually this mean in a very simple terms? In simple terms, you have to reduce your deficit. That is the meaning. You have to reduce the deficit. Not the fiscal deficit, but the primary deficit. If the primary deficit or the primary balance is improving by 1.5% of the GDP, then it can be considered as fiscal consolidation. See, what does the primary deficit, current primary deficit of our nation? The current primary deficit of our nation is 2.8% of the GDP. See the figure in brackets or in parentheses. So if it improves by 1.5%, we say that there is fiscal consolidation according to the theory, according to the theoretical development. In simple terms, the take-home message is that if the deficit of the government is decreasing, if you decrease the deficit of the government, we will have a situation of fiscal consolidation. Simply speaking, fiscal consolidation means reduction of deficit. Okay. So we will discuss about the benefit, what is wrong with, or what is the benefits of reduction of deficit of a government. Now, why should we have all these ideas of fiscal consolidation during that particular period of 90s and the earlier decade of the 21st century? ഈ കാലയളവിൽ എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ ആശയം ഇങ്ങനെ രംഗത്തേക്ക് വരുന്നത്? ഫിസ്ക്കൽ കൺസോളിഡേഷൻ ഇത് ഈ കാലയളവിലാണ്. When we think about the historical account of the term fiscal consolidation, we see that this became more prominent, this became more popular, or this concept gained currency, especially during the later years of 1980s, 1990s, and the first decade of the 21st century. ഇപ്പൊ 1980കളുടെ അവസാനം മുതലാണ് ഈ ആശയം വലിയ രീതിയിൽ പ്രാമുഖ്യം നേടുന്നത്. And why should it become emerged during that particular period? So only then we will get a clear understanding regarding this concept. And when we think about the genesis of that, it all is connected with the move towards the economic integration taking place in the European continent during that period. So we are quite familiar with the idea of European Union. European Union can be something as equal to some type of economic integration. It's not a full economic integration. It is like a customs union. It is midway between customs union and economic integration. And European countries at that time thought that it would be much better for their economy to have a common market, a common customs union, and a common economic entity in the form of economic integration. So they are different nations, different nationalities. But if they have an economic integration between them, it will be much better. And what does economic integration means? Economic integration means unification of monetary and fiscal policies. Because a lot of powerful nations are there in Europe. They all have their own positions regarding monetary policy and fiscal policy. But if each European country is taking their own position regarding the fiscal policy or monetary policy, then that economic integration will not take place. So there must be some sort of harmonization or unification regarding the monetary and the fiscal policies of the European member states. Only then they can reap the benefits of a common market. They can reap the benefits of a customs union type of thing. And fiscal policy is an impediment for that. If individual nations are taking fiscal policies according to their own priorities, it will create a lot of barriers for the free movement of goods, capital, and labor across borders. See, fiscal policy is actually the policies connected with the taxation, expenditure, and deficit and debt. So briefly speaking, this is fiscal policy. So when the government makes a new tax proposal, when the government makes a new expenditure proposal, it creates intervention in the economy. It creates its own structure in the economy so that free movement of goods, capital, and labor becomes less and less possible. So for having a successful customs union or for having a successful economic integration, they need to overcome these type of barriers. So there must be only, the point is that there must be only one fiscal policy, only one monetary policy for the entire European area. So it is in that context they have put forwarded the idea of fiscal consolidation. So if one government is taking one set of tax proposals and expenditure proposals, there will be one deficit or one fiscal situation for one country. And if another country follows another set of policies, there will be another fiscal situation. So there will be different fiscal situations so that the free movement of goods, capital, and labor will no longer possible. So there should not be a situation like that. There should be a common fiscal policy for all the countries. So this is the background of developing this idea. So every nation, every member country of the European Union has to reduce the primary deficit or their cyclically adjusted primary balance to a certain level, so that there will be some sort of harmonization or unification of fiscal policy. And all these ideas have been formally stated as the Stability and Growth Pact or the Maastricht Treaty, also called as the Maastricht Pact of 1992. And that has been actually on the basis of the recommendations and the report submitted by a working group consisting of European, the leaders of European central banks. Okay. And what is the major proposal of that? The major proposal of the Maastricht Treaty is that it involves fiscal rules. And these fiscal rules are for fiscal consolidation. And what is the major fiscal rule suggested by the Maastricht Treaty? The major fiscal rule is deficit cannot exceed 3% of the GDP. That is the major fiscal rule. The national debt cannot surpass 60% of the GDP. Like you can run a deficit, consequently you have debt, but that debt should not increase more than 60% of the GDP, and the deficit cannot exceed 3% of the GDP. So if we can maintain such a situation, these are the rules, fiscal rules. If we are adhering to these rules, then we will have a common fiscal situation across the various nations of European continent or European Union. Okay, so and to achieve that, actually, the larger idea is called as fiscal consolidation. They have to reduce the deficit of the governments in order to achieve these two targets regarding deficit and debt. See, these are all connected with the deficit or to debt. Deficit is a flow variable and debt is a stock variable. We are quite familiar with the stock and flow variables in macroeconomics. Okay. These are the fiscal rules largely derived to achieve the situation of fiscal consolidation in order to have a reasonably common level of fiscal situation across various European nations. Now consider the Indian case. Fiscal policy and fiscal rules, the case of India. But in India, when we have attempted to implement the idea of fiscal consolidation and fiscal rules, no such demanding situation was there in the economy. We are not forming into a new economic integration with the South Asian countries. No such objective condition as what is being faced by the European Union was there in India when we have wholeheartedly accepted the idea of fiscal consolidation and fiscal rules. The only point suggested by the only reason suggested by the economists and the administrators who have supported the idea of fiscal consolidation and fiscal rules in India just pointed out some ideas regarding the debt sustainability of our nation. So we need to have debt sustainability. And in order to achieve debt sustainability, we need to implement the ideas of fiscal consolidation by way of fiscal rules. So that is the only explanation given by all those economists and administrators who have wholeheartedly supported fiscal consolidation in India. And we very well know that debt sustainability is an ambiguous concept. Sustainable over what period of time? Whether the debt has to sustain over a 10-year period of time, or a 20-year period of time, or a 30-year period of time. So what would be the ideal period of time over which we target to have debt sustainability. It's an ambiguous concept, totally ambiguous concept. Anyway, it is in this context, the idea of fiscal consolidation and the fiscal rules have been incorporated in the Indian economy. And all these fiscal rules are being implemented in India by passing an act of the parliament. And the name of that act is called the Fiscal Responsibility and the Budget Management Act, the FRBM Act, which has been introduced in 2003, and it came into effect on the 5th July 2004. And what are the rules? Exactly the same rule as suggested by the Maastricht Treaty, 3% of the GDP. Who decided it should be 3% of the GDP? Does it have any economic rationale? Does it have any theoretical relevance? Actually, unfortunately, the 3% of the GDP has absolutely no economic reason, absolutely no theoretical backing. It's only an arbitrary thing. It's only an arbitrary thing. It's only out of the imagination of those who have supported this type of fiscal policies. Okay. And see, in our country, no, I am not going into the details of that. If required, I shall come back. So this is the situation in which this fiscal consolidation has been implemented in our country. One more important aspect is there, which we have to just understand. In which manner, when we think about in which manner the FRBM Act has been enacted in India, it also raises a lot of concerns and a lot of ambiguities. Actually, it is in the 11th Finance Commission for the period of 2005. There happened some interventions from the part of the then union government. We very well know that every finance commission is appointed with the terms of reference. But after some time, when the 11th Finance Commission has been appointed, a new terms of reference, an additional terms of reference has been issued after 2 years. Okay. And in that additional terms of reference, it has been demanded that the Fiscal Commission has to recommend grants, the allocation of grants connected with the implementation of certain programs. So the additional terms of reference is something like this. It asks the Finance Commission to make a recommendation regarding if grant in aids are to be given, the grants must be connected with the implementation of certain projects by evaluating the implementation of certain programs. Only if certain programs are being implemented in a particular manner, only then the grants will be given to the states. So that was the additional terms of reference. And that additional terms of reference is to make a monitorable fiscal reforms program aimed to the reduction of revenue deficit. So with respect to the reduction of revenue deficit, what are the measures taken by different state governments? Then on the basis of that, grants will be given. So that was with respect to that, the additional terms of reference has been incorporated. So which means that this additional terms of reference of the 11th Finance Commission in an indirect manner attempted to intervene to reduce the revenue deficit of the different state governments. So at that time in the 11th Finance Commission, Professor Amaresh Bakshi, who was one of the towering public finance experts of our country, at that time he was the director of the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy in New Delhi. He was the economist of the 11th Finance Commission. he argued that he have given a dissenting note to the recommendations of the 11th Finance Commission. Remember, he is the only economist in that Finance Commission, and he totally objected against the allocation of grants on the basis of reduction of revenue deficit. He argued that the Finance Commission was not competent to make grants conditional on the implementation of a monitorable program of reduction of revenue deficit. ചുരുക്കി പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ റവന്യൂ ഡെഫിസിറ്റ് കുറയ്ക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്നുള്ളത് നോക്കിയിട്ട് മാത്രമേ ഇനി മുതൽ a portion of the grants will be allocated. So which means that this is an indirect intervention to reduce the deficit of a government. Okay. And the point is that, see, the original terms of reference of the 11th Finance Commission has been made in 1998. But after 2 years, in 2000, the new terms of reference has been incorporated, which sought the recommendations of the Finance Commission regarding the allocation of grants on the basis of some programs related to the reduction of the deficit. And within a period of 5 months, within a 5-month period, the report has been submitted. And the point is that the additional terms of reference that aimed at the reduction of the revenue deficit with a monitorable program metamorphosis into the FRBM Act, largely argued for fiscal consolidation. So the point is that fiscal consolidation has been incorporated in our country on the basis of the FRBM Act passed and implemented in 2003, which has been largely on the basis of the additional terms of reference made for the 11th Finance Commission, which in a very tacit manner, which in a very indirect manner, recommended for the allocation of grants conditional on some other things. So actually there is no conditional things. There must be no conditional things for the recommendations of the Finance Commission according to the constitutional provisions. And because of that, Amaresh Bagchi objected to that. Okay. Now let us discuss. And generally, there is an argument that what is wrong with the reduction of revenue deficit? Deficit must be reduced. Whatever be the deficit, whether it is the revenue deficit or fiscal deficit or primary deficit, what is wrong with reduction of the deficit? Then we have to understand that a clear distinction has to be made. And that has been made first by the celebrated British economist Hugh Dalton. Hugh Dalton was the finance minister of Britain at the time when we got independence in 1947. He was the finance minister or the chancellor of the exchequer of the Clement Attlee government. And we very well know that he was the professor of economics at the London School of Economics. He has written a very important book in public finance. And in that particular contribution, he has clearly made the difference between public finance and private finance. He argued that in 1930s, in 1932, I think, it has been clearly articulated that public finance and private finance are totally different. For private finance, it is the income that comes first. And it is on the basis of the income we can think about expenditure. So in that situation, deficit or debt is not an acceptable thing. It's not a good thing, it's a bad thing. But that is not the case with the public finance. In the case of public finance, it is the expenditure that comes first. So government is actually formed to make expenditure in the economy. If there is no expenditure, there is no government. If government is there, there must be expenditure. So that is the one-to-one connection between expenditure and the presence of the government in an economy. And because of that, Hugh Dalton argued that it is the expenditure that comes first for public finance. And to meet that expenditure, government will think about the different sources of revenue. So there is nothing wrong with respect to deficit or debt of a public entity or of a government. Even though it is not good for a person. For a person, deficit and debt are not acceptable, not desirable. but that is not the case for the government or a public entity. And another important reason is also there, which has been advanced by the celebrated Polish economist Michael Kelesky, and that too in 1930s. He clearly argued that suppose if the government is running deficit, and in order to cover the deficit, government is borrowing, then what is wrong with that borrowing? Then people will argue that when borrowing is made, the government has to make a lot of interest payments. Then what is wrong with that interest payments? So whatever be the burden of the government, it is exactly matched with the revenue or the surplus of the private sector. So if the government is making deficit or debt exactly by the same amount, assets are created for the private sector. So when the government is making interest payments, these interest payments are not going outside the country. The government is borrowing from the domestic market, and for that domestic borrowings, the government is making interest payment. So which means that all these interest payments are available to the larger private sector of the economy. And this has been clearly pointed out by Michael Kelesky. So whatever be the size of the deficit or the debt, an exactly equal amount of asset is being created for the private sector. Then what is wrong with the deficit? There absolutely nothing is wrong with the deficit. Even though a deficit is a burden to a private individual, it is not a burden to the economy as a whole. Of course, it may be a burden for the government, but for the economy as a whole, there is absolutely no burden, because the burden of the government is exactly matched with the assets of the private sector. So for the economy as a whole, there is absolutely no burden. And one benefit is also there. When the government is making deficit, when the government is making debt, it is making expenditures. So when the government is making expenditures, a corresponding amount, corresponding benefit is created in the economy in the form of public goods and so on, or social capital, whatever be the thing. So which means that, and moreover, the marginal propensity to consume for the government is very high. So the multiplier, the value of the multiplier is also very high for the government. So which means that if the government is making an investment of 100 rupees, the value of the multiplier will be very high, something like near to 6 or something like that. If the private individuals are making the expenditure, the value of the multiplier will be almost maximum near to 3.5 or 4. So which means that there is absolutely nothing is wrong with this type of deficits or debt. But we must be concerned. But one important concern must be there, and that concern is actually must be connected with the manner in which this expenditure is actually spent. There should not be any leakages. There should not be any corruption. There should not be any wastage of resources. For whatever purpose the government makes expenditure, it must be spent for the stated objectives. There should not be any leakages. There should not be any rent seeking. There should not be any other type of wastages. So that is the only thing that we have to ensure. Okay. Now come back to the budget proposals, and we have seen that see, what is the total expenditure? See, now we are going to analyze the fiscal impact of the union budget with all these ideas. So the total expenditure is, in the last year, the total expenditure is 37 lakh crores. It was 37 lakh crores. Now it is 39 lakh crores. So which means that 2 lakh crores is the, by that amount, by 2 lakh crores, the government is increasing its expenditure. So it's only a very minimum expenditure. What is the GDP? The GDP is 258 lakh crores. So GDP is 258 lakh crores. 1% of the GDP means 2,58,000 crores. But the increase in the total expenditure of the government is less than that. It's just about 2 lakh crores. So which means that the government is increasing its expenditure by less than 1% of the GDP. Now the thing is that whether that is a good decision or not. Okay. Now think about the macroeconomic situation faced by the economy. So this data is taken from the MOSPI site, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation of Government of India. On the basis of the gross value added at constant prices on the basis of 2011-12 series. Forget about all the details. It is we are discussing about the growth rate of the economy. See, in the first quarter of 2020-21, in the first quarter of 2020-21, and we are in the midst of the pandemic, the economy registered 22% negative growth rate. And for the second quarter, the economy registered a 7% negative growth rate. And after that, the economy gradually recovered. And the growth rate estimated for the last year was 9.2. So government is saying that the Indian economy is registering a very high economic growth rate, which is almost the highest economic growth rate experienced by any of the nations in the world. So we are experiencing the highest growth rates. But whether that claim is really true, that is what we are going to examine. See, for the first two quarters, so we only have the information regarding first quarter and the second quarter. See, the financial year starts from April 2021. So April, May, June. This 3-month period is the first quarter. The second quarter is July, August, September. So only up to September we have the data with us. Only for 2 quarters we have the real data with us. And then on the basis of that, by following the method of econometrics, we estimate the growth rate for third quarter and the fourth quarter. And in that manner, we have estimated the growth rate of the economy as 9.2. Okay. People are arguing that this high growth rate is due to the base year effect. Actually, the growth rate is not that much. It is just because of the base year growth rate. See, in the third quarter of the last year, 2021, the growth rate was just 1%. And after that, the economy was recovering. It was 3.7%. It was from 3.7% in the first quarter, the economy galloped, went ahead in a very increasing rate, 18.8%. But in quarter 2, in the second quarter, the growth rate decelerated. It is 8.5. So now, which means that the growth rate of the economy is falling down. But the projected growth rate or the estimated growth rate of 9.2 for the last year is actually on the basis of the estimation. Estimation on the basis of what actually happened in Q1 and Q2. See, in Q1, it is 18.8% growth. And this 18.8 growth rate has been happened on the basis of a low growth rate of 3.7. And the quarter 3.7 വളർച്ചയുള്ളൂ. അതിന്റെ മുകളിലാണ് ഈ 18.8% വളർച്ച വരുന്നത്. അതിനാണ് ഈ ബേസ് ഇഫക്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. So base effect can be narrated with the help of an example. Suppose a vehicle has been fallen in a trench. And when we lift the vehicle out of that trench, we may experience that we have had a steep upward movement because we simply moved out of the trench. So we may say that, or we may feel a steep upward movement, but still we are at the base level. അപ്പോൾ ആ 18ന്റെയും 8ന്റെയും അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ എസ്റ്റിമേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത് 9.2 എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. But the actual growth rate is not like that. The actual growth rate is much lower than PFC, the private final consumption expenditure. The figures are not matching with the growth rates released by the government. The private final consumption expenditure, or simply the consumption expenditure, in 2004 of 2019-20. In 2019-20 എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ് പാൻഡമിക്കിന് മുമ്പുള്ള കാലം. 2019-20 is the period just before the pandemic. And at that 84.5. So which means that we are only at the pre-pandemic levels. There is no such stellar growth rates. There is nothing to boast on the 9.2 growth rates estimated by the NSO, the National Statistics Office. And again,
Recording in progress.
that in the previous period, we only have a very low growth rate. But what about second quarter? Second quarter, അതിന്റെ തനി സ്വഭാവം വന്നു. അത് കുറയുകയാണ്. ഈ third quarter അത് വീണ്ടും കുറയാനാണ് സാധ്യത. Anyway, so the situation is that now we analyze the situation in a more descriptive manner rather than focusing upon the tables, complicated tables. Now, what about the capacity utilization of the economy? The capacity utilization of the economy is only 60%. What about the unemployment rate? According to the periodic labor force survey, the latest report is available for the January-March period 2021. The unemployment rate is 9.4. For male, it is 8.7, but female, it is 11.8. So that also clearly shows the gender inequality with respect to unemployment. The unemployment among the women is very high when compared to the unemployment among the male. So which means that during this period of pandemic, it is the women who suffered the maximum. It is the women who lost most of the jobs when compared to the men. And the level of unemployment is 9.4, which is historically at one of the highest levels ever faced by the economy. So which means that collectively these two figures clearly show that the productive sectors of the economy is facing a big crisis. The capacity utilization is only 60%, and the unemployment rate is very high. So which means that all the productive sectors of the economy is in a big crisis. Which means that I am not going into the details of that table. Again, that may become a bit, it requires more time to explain that. Still, I shall just make a conclusion. See, even though we have seen that for the second quarter, the growth rate is 8.5, but there is an implicit deflator of 2.9. And then we have to reduce that in component of inflation from that 8.5. So which means that the real growth rate for the second quarter of the economy, second quarter of the last financial year of the economy is just 5.6 rather than 8.5, because we have to consider the influence of implicit price deflator. So which means that actually speaking in real terms, the growth rate of the last year, especially during the second quarter, is much lower than that of the official figures 8.5. When we convert that into real terms, it is just 5.6%, and 5.6% growth rate is not an acceptable one. It's a mediocre one. It's less than the mediocre level. So which all shows that the economy is in a demand constrained situation. There are demand constraints operating in the economy. So because of that, people are saying that there is not enough money, not enough liquidity. We are facing a situation of money crunch or a liquidity crunch. Largely speaking, so these figures clearly show that the economy is demand constrained. So if the economy is demand constrained, what would be the prescription to be made by an economist? An economist has to make prescriptions in a situation when the economy is facing demand constraints on the basis of the Keynesian prescriptions. If the economy, if effective demand is very low, we can prop up the economy only by increasing the expenditure, only by adopting an expansionary fiscal policy, isn't it? Only by adopting an expansionary fiscal policy, we can deal with the situation of demand constraints operating in the economy. But unfortunately, we have, as we have seen earlier, the total expenditure in the, according to the budget proposals, the total expenditure increases only by 1,74,000 crores, which means that it is only just 0.6% of the GDP. Just 0.6% of the GDP. So which means that the economy is facing demand constraints. In that situation, every sensible economist must recommend expansionary fiscal policy, increase in the total public expenditure. But unfortunately, that has not been there in the budget proposals. A consequence of, an unfortunate consequence of overemphasis upon the fiscal rules made on the large idea of fiscal consolidation. Thank you. With these words, I wind up my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your amazing words. Those who have any queries can ask now. I hope everyone gets a clear-cut picture regarding the topic.
Hello, Bijoy.
Sir.
നമ്മള് ഡിസ്കഷന്റെ സമയം ഉണ്ടോ?
സാറേ ഡിസ്കഷന്റെ സമയം ഉപയോഗിക്കാം സാറേ. കുട്ടികൾ ഡൗട്ട് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചോദിക്കാം.
അതെ, ഓക്കെ. ഈ ആരതി എസ് നായർ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന നമ്മുടെ ടീച്ചറാണോ?
അല്ല സാർ, D1 സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ആണെന്നാണ്. D1 എക്കണോമിക്സ് സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ആരതി എസ് നായർ ഉണ്ട്.
ഓ, അത് ശരി. ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു നമ്മുടെ ഈ കരമന NSS കോളേജിൽ ഒരു ആരതി നായരുണ്ടല്ലോ, ഞാൻ അവരാന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു.
അല്ല സാർ,
Now, I invite Alvin Benny from 2nd MA Econometrics to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone, to the one and all present here. Honorable Resource Person, Santosh sir, respected Head of the Department, Dr. Shaini T. Alexander, teachers, and all the participants. It is such an honor for one to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries on behalf of economic departments of Catholic College. I extend a warm welcome to the people in the gathering. I would like to express my gratitude to all estimated delegates of the webinar for the presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Resource Person, Santosh sir, to take out time from his busy schedule to give a great section on the topic fiscal consolidation and fiscal rules, a critical revisit. Thank you for your great time with us and encouraging us with your words on the specialties. A special thanks to Dr. Pilpo Suman sir, Principal of Catholic College, for providing immense support to make the webinar successful. I extend my gratitude to the Dr. Shaini T. Alexander, Head of the Economic Department, to organize a webinar event and amidst the pandemic. I must thank the organizing team, volunteers for working hard for the past few days to make this webinar successful. I congratulate all the students for their active participation. Thank you everyone once again for making it a great success. Thank you.
ബിജോയ്
സാർ
അപ്പം അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ എനിക്ക് ലീവ് ചെയ്യാവോ?
സാറേ
അത് പിള്ളേരൊന്നും ചോദിച്ചില്ലല്ലോ.
സ്പെഷ്യൽ താങ്ക്സ് സാറേ.
അല്ല ഈ പിള്ളേരെ ഒന്നും ചോദിച്ചില്ലല്ലോ.
അവർ ചോദിച്ചില്ല, അവർക്ക്
മനസ്സിലായി കാണിയല്ലേ? ക്ലിയർ ആയി കാണുമോ? എന്ത് പറയുന്നു പിള്ളേർ?
ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട് സാർ, അത് ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ഒക്കെ അങ്ങ് വിട്ട് കളഞ്ഞു, കാരണം കുറച്ചുകൂടെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ എന്ന് ഓർത്തിട്ട്. ഇത്
കുട്ടികൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാകാത്ത രീതിയിലാണ് സാറേ, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ഓക്കെ സാർ,
ഇറങ്ങിക്കോട്ടെ, ഇവിടെ ഇച്ചിരി പരിപാടി വേറെ ഉണ്ട്.
ഓക്കെ താങ്ക് യു സാർ.
കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അടുത്ത ആഴ്ച പരീക്ഷയാണ്.
ഓക്കെ സാർ, നോ പ്രോബ്ലം സാർ.
ഷൈനി ടീച്ചറെ
HODs മീറ്റിംഗ്സിന് കയറിയിരിക്കുക സാറേ ഇങ്ങോട്ടെ.
അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ അന്വേഷിച്ചെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞേക്കാം.
പറഞ്ഞേക്കാം സാറേ. ഓക്കെ സാർ.
Now the section is open for paper presentation. There are 3 papers to be presented. First, I invite Jesney C. Johnson from D2 Economics to present her paper. Due to certain technical issues, I invite Manju M from D2 Economics to present her paper. I invite Manju M from D2 Economics to present her paper. Sorry for the delay. There are certain technical issues. So I invite Gauri Manush from D1 Economics to deliver her presentation.
Good afternoon, all.
So I'm here to discuss on the topic, the emerging fiscal and monetary scenario, the Indian economy at crossroads.
Sir, screen visible ആണോ?
വിസിബിൾ ആണ്, പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്തോളൂ.
Okay, sir, thank you. A very fine good evening to one and all presented in the online platform for national seminar. Me, Jesnisi Johnson of 2nd BA Economics, presenting about recent trends in Indian taxation system and an overview of GST. To introduce, in Indian current scenario, the mixed economy play a vast role for its growth. About recent trend, the overall direction in which a nation economy are going to move through the all aspect. Recently, the introduction of GST that was by the central government and it play an important role for economic growth. GST is defined in Article 366 to mean any tax on supply of goods and services or both except taxes on supply of the alcoholic liquor human consumption. GST will harmonize indirect taxes by doing away with multiplicity of taxes. It will also help to reduce cost of production, which will be then passed on consumers, thus lower inflations. Timely implementations of GST would raise the GDP by 1.5 to 2%. Country's economic growth forecast, Indian economy is expected to register a growth of 7.5% to 8% in 2016 to 17 and 9% in 2018 to 19, and that it will be depend upon all economic factors. GST that would help country to make one India rather than divide India. First, we have to clear the impact of economic tsunami. GST is laid on supply of goods and services at each stage on supply chain from supplier up to the retail stage of the distribution. Even though GST is imposed at each level of supply chain, the GST does not become a part of cost of production because input tax incurred at previous stage is always deducted by the business at the next level in supply chain. GST is a extensive based consumption tax covering all the sectors of the Indian economy. GST's basic fundamental is itself policing feature which allow the businesses to claim their input tax credit by the way of automatic deduction in their accounting system. The objective and overview of that is to understand the concept of fundamental of the GST. Second one, to understand how the GST work in India for economic rapid growth. And third one, to understand the benefit of GST for consumers and businesses. Understanding GST concept and the fundamentals. Through this diagram, we can easily understand about the GST claim back of manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers, and the consumers pay how much GST. So we can understand it by this picture. Next, GST, the goods and service tax. The GST is a uniform tax rate fixed for both goods and services across India and is payable at the final point of consumption. At each stage of sale or purchase in the supply chain, the tax is collected on value added goods and services. Through tax, a credit mechanism. In this way, the GST establishes a single uniform market across India and facilitates transparent business transactions. It is an indirect tax which has replaced many indirect taxes in India, such as the excise duty, service tax, etc. The Goods and Service Tax Act was passed in the Parliament on 29th March 2017 and came into effect on 1st July 2017. In other words, Goods and Service Tax, otherwise GST, is laid on the supply of goods and services. Goods and Service Tax law in India as comprehensive, multi-stage, destination-based tax that is levied on every value addition. GST is a single domestic indirect tax law for the entire country. GST is a comprehensive indirect tax levied on manufacture, sale, and consumption of goods as well as services at the national level. It has replaced all indirect taxes levied on goods and services by the central and state government. We can look about the journey of GST in India from 2000 to 2017. It took 17 years from then for the law to evolve. In 2017, the GST bill was passed in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and on 1st July 2017, the GST law came into force. And now GST is one of the biggest indirect tax reforms in the country. Next, key points about GST. Why GST instead of the other tax, higher tax? In the month of October 2015, the government has placed in public domain 4 reports on key business processes: registration, payment, refund, and return in the GST regime. From these 4 reports, one can fairly gauge the board structure and process in GST regime. This is biggest tax reform since independence. So we can look through 5 points. The first one is sensitize the business ecosystem. It is an aspect fact that GST is not merely a tax change but a business change, as it will impact all functions of an organization. Second one, lower business cost. In current scenario, businesses pay multiple taxes and high level of tax on tax, but GST recovering input tax on raw material and incurred expenses and reducing the cost. Increase the global competitiveness. GST incurred on input can be recovered along the supply chain all the level. Equity. With GST, taxes are leveled fairly among all the businesses involved, where they are in the manufacturing, wholesaling, retailing, or service sectors. Last one is transparency. Consumer will get the benefit under GST, unlike the present sale tax. Some important steps that government is actively working on GST. The first one, 122nd Constitution Amendment for GST is already passed by Lok Sabha and pending in Rajya Sabha. Contract to manage IT infrastructure already awarded to Infosys. GST law is already drafted and available in public domain. Some benefits of GST. It has benefits to consumer, benefits to industry, trade and agriculture, also benefits to exporters. The benefits for consumers: all supply chain businesses like suppliers, manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers are able to recover GST incurred on input. This will be reduces the cost of doing business, thus enabling fairer prices for consumers. Certain basic goods and services are not subject to GST for socio-economic objectives, include basic food, residential accommodation, education, health service, public transport, domestic consumptions, etc. Second, benefit to industry, trade, and agriculture. GST will give more relief to the industry through a more comprehensive and wider coverage of input tax set-off and service tax set-off, submitting of several central and state tax in the GST. The last point, benefit to the exporters. Complete set-off of input goods and services and phasing out of CST would reduce the cost of locally manufactured goods and services, and this will increase the competitiveness of the Indian goods and services in the international marketing and give to boost to Indian exports. Ease of doing businesses and tax reforms are at the center of India's growth agenda. As the country pitches itself as the leading investment destination among global emerging markets. Yet, India's tax competitiveness record remains mixed. At a time when the US, UK, and Japan have slashed their corporate tax rates, India's corporate tax structure is marked by the high rates, complicated tax rules, and time bound incentives. India also ranks higher in terms of its tax rates than many Southeast Asian economies. That is why the lower cost and availability of land, labor, and resources continue to underpin the value of doing businesses in India, while the growth and development of the consumer market remains a solid opportunity. Next, the trends in Indian taxation system. India is presently focused on formalizing its economy, partly due to its long history of tax avoidance, black money, and institutional corruption. Accordingly, authorities are keen to ensure that businesses and traders alike are brought under federal and state tax regulatory networks. Although concerns over the grey economy has had its impact on India's tax agenda, foreign investors should pace themselves. The country is keen to boost its competitiveness for foreign investors. Corporate tax rates are expected to come down in the next 5 to 8 years as immediate federal tax targets are met and India's formal economy widens. India is still liberalizing its economy decades after the first series of reforms were introduced in 1991. Its intention to lower corporate tax rates should be treated as credible but only possible in the long term. At present, large firms and multinational companies in India pay corporate taxes in the range of 30 to 40%, depending on the applicability of various cess duties and surcharges. Further, the Union Budget 2018-19 has lowered the corporate income tax rate of micro, small, and medium enterprises to 25% applicable from assessment year 2019-20. This lower tax rate of medium enterprises targets the quantum of India's business sector at over 95%. Large multinational firms represent the country's minority of top taxpayers. The latest budget made further important tax announcements, namely the return of tax on long-term capital gains and tax relaxations of specific factors. Now, the trends in GST collection. There are two pictures. The first one is the GST and non-GST collection graph, and second one is GST collections of month-wise. And for the year 2019-20, indirect tax collections are budgeted to grow by 19.4 as against 2.9% in 2018-19. It was clearly shown in the graph. And higher collections under union excise and custom duties are budgeted on account of measures like increase in special additional excise duty and road and infrastructure cess, each by 1 rupee a litre on petrol and diesel, coupled with an increase in custom duty and gold and other precious metal from 10% to 12.5%. Also, lower the budgeted goods and service tax collections increased in 2018-19 over 2017-18 despite teething problems and rationalization of GST rates across sectors and items during the year, resulting in lower effective GST rate. Against this backdrop, the GST collections have been budgeted at 663,000 crore, lower than 761,000 crore announced in the interim budget on February 1, 2019. Comparing GST collections of 2017-18 and 2018-19 against similar buckets of taxes in 2016-17 shows that the share of GST collections as percent of total revenue and non-debt capital receipts has improved marginally, while the share of direct tax have exhibited maximum improvement that was shown in chart 1. And nonetheless, month-wise GST collections in the recent month reflected the impact of declarations in the nominal GDP growth that was in the chart B. GST collections month-wise. And the GST architecture, however, requires significant administrative reforms and ways to deal with IT-related glitches. Putting in place an invoice matching system along with mitigation of system design deficiencies and proposed simplifications of GST process, among others, so as to reap the complete benefit of this changing tax reform. Next, the trends of GST collection that was graphically represented in crore. The chart shows the trends in monthly gross GST revenue during the current year. The GST revenue during March 2021 are the highest since introduction of GST. In line with the trend of recovery in the GST revenue over past 5 months, the revenues for the month of March 2021 2021 are 27% higher than the GST revenues in the same month last year. During the month, revenues from import of goods was 70% higher, and the revenues from domestic transactions are 17% higher than the revenues from these sources during the same month last year. The GST revenue witnessed growth rate first, second, third, and fourth quarters of this financial year, respectively, as compared to the same period last year, clearly indicating the trend in the recovery of GST revenue as well as the economy as a whole. GST revenue crossed above rupees 1 lakh crore mark as a stretch for the last 6 months, and a step increasing trend over this period are clear indicators of rapid economic recovery. Post-pandemic, closer monitoring against fake billing, deep data analytics using data from multiple sources, including GST, income tax, and custom IT system, and effective tax administration have also contributed to the steady increase in tax revenue over last few months. So finally, we can conclude that this paper only lightly overview about the GST and related point basis on secondary data. GST is a reform of Indian taxation. We can say that after implementation of GST, tax burden on consumer and businesses will be reduced. A number of extra taxes will be covered under this model. GST helped to improve the transparency in taxation and make a healthy environment to the investors and government policies implementation. GDP growth depends upon number of aspects in nation, but taxation part are main because this work as revenue model for the country and necessary for every nation. For growth of nation and avoidance, the double tax burden need to update the tax system. So the GST plays a strong role there. Before implementation, the GST government had need to study all aspects related to country economic growth with the point of view of businesses and customers. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jesni. Now I invite Manju M from B2 Economics to present her paper.